start recording as well before I forget. So we can actually see, save the footage for later. Just gotta wait for the zone to instantiate. We'll get 3 golems and about 25 trash mobs. Oh, it actually punts you right inside the firewall. Interesting. Is everything just crammed into the temple? Yes, apparently. Okay. Fright is right here. Oh, lots of things. Crucially, we get to use Smite. Now we're gonna have to skill Smite up. It's gonna take a minute for that to actually become like usable. Although, Smiting Strike, we hit for 393 damage. Because yeah, Smite is like a melee hit plus a spell hit that scales off of your max mana. I have 5,239 mana right now. Let me just hit. There we go. Possible to solo gods as melee without Claire or... Well, I mean... Let's, I mean, this is my first attempt at soloing a god, so now that we have instances of the planes available, so we'll see how the fight goes here in a couple of minutes. Maybe it'll go well. Maybe it'll be terrible. Because, I mean, the other question then becomes, well, if you don't have Cleric, but you have Bard... How big of a difference does that make? Because, like, how meta do you really need to be is going to be the question. And, we got a Slime Blood of Khazak Thul. That's cool. That is very welcome. And a gorilla here. Oh, thanks, Fright. Yeah, well, we take those. What were our previous... currently we have Gauntlets of Fiery Might. So, one thing I want to see, inventory, where's our, skills are up here, okay. Smite, where is, on our skills sheet, Smite goes up to 210, alright, cool. So, it's going to take a little while. And we're, but yeah, Smite, whenever it hits, cuts a minute off your LOH cooldown. It also burns 3% of your mana, though, to use it. What, yeah, worst happens is we die. At +0, I'm not expecting, anything to be really, really nasty. Let's see here. Okay. Worry Wraith. And a Gorgon. Alright. Let me actually just put Recovery Stance on in the meantime, though. Two 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000. Oh yeah, and Smite is Smite's cooldown is affected by the 100% more haste of Berserker Stance. So instead of a 15-second cooldown, it is a 7.5-second cooldown, and actually till you cut. Maybe I should have kept that one. The Wand of Allure. Oh, it only has 3 charges though, so whatever. Ooh, what's that? That's just a mithril amulet. 71 platinum, though. I mean, we take those. Alright, yeah, we need to pull presumably everything. I take it for granted Kazakh will just auto-aggro the world when we pull him. So we do need to actually clear everything, I presume. Fetid Fiends? Hey, guys. Are any Fetid Fiends in here? No? Okay. I could definitely see us, by the way, just going into a personal instance. Oh, fucking Glare Lords. Glare Lords can eat my ass. So we will have to fully rebuff. Oh. After we... Oh, jeez. Alright. Glare Lord. Go and stay go. Oh, yeah, that's terror. 2, 1. Oh, if instance Glare Lords don't dispel you, that would be amazing. Or maybe if he was just too busy casting spells. Alright, so even on so aggro ranges in here are still big. The terror chain aggroed from a mile away. I couldn't even see him. I think he like ran in through the firewall. So that's a thing. Oh, shit, I am very stunned. I am very stunned. I do not like this. Yeah, I need the... we gotta go to defensive stance for a second. So the PR goes off. Oh, what is... yes. Smite. This is the new skill that got added in today's patch just now. This is the new paladin kind of backstab frenzy equivalent skill. It's got a 15-second reuse by default. Does a melee swing plus a like miniature mana burn. Converts 3% of your max mana into damage with some kind of multiplier on that. And it also, when it lands, it also reduces your LOH cooldown by 1 minute. Cam is covering. Ah, shit. Hang on. Just move myself out of the way. There you go. All right, there's the tooltip. You can actually see it. Yeah. So, does a physical hit plus a magic hit based on your mana. So, a little miniature mana burn. Yeah, and cuts a minute off your LOH cooldown. So... it does, yeah. So you do spend a little bit of mana. It is kind of equivalent to a 5th edition D&D Paladin Divine Smite. SK version is Reeve, which spends health instead of mana. And reduces the cooldown on Harm Touch. Folks doing any D2. Well, let's... Well, alright, and Terror dropped nothing. Alright, well, can't say I'm surprised. Alright, just running around the zone looking for any other trash mobs that might be hanging around the periphery. I got a Shiverback over there. Oh, we got to switch back to recovery stance. Can we hit the amygdalin from here? Nope, not quite. Whatever. No matter their sockets like wine corks, map based. Yeah, we need to get 4 more AAs so we can get 2-hand bash. Since Fiery Avenger no longer has that built in, it now has a bash improvement. Which is honestly better. Ooh. And, Smite can double attack. Very nice. What did we double proc? No, it was other stuff. Wonder if double attack takes off 2. That would be interesting. Monk legs. I don't care. Looking for more trash. There's a boogeyman, and okay, there's Dread. All right. When we pull those, Dread's probably gonna follow. So we're actually gonna chill here and recover mana. I mean, yep. Does that mean direct damage AAs? Focus? Can it crit? I mean, it is a spell. Sort of. Yeah, we see them. You can actually see on the chat box here. We see the first line, Smite a Shiverback for 52. That's the melee hit. And you hit a Shiverback for 372 points of magic damage using Smiting Strike. Which has a negative 250 resist adjust. Based. SK with 8k HP seeing 500 plus damage Reeves. Yeah, we're seeing, yeah, with all their magic damage stuff, I bet. Now, if I took, some like Destructive Fury and Spellcasting Fury and whatnot, we might see something like that. As is, though, yeah, we have, with 5,200 mana, we're still doing an okay amount. And yeah, hitting it every 7 seconds with Berserk Stance is wonderful. I feel like my my build, just like another Another source of build synergy, I would say. Alright, and is the golem coming? Phrasing? Yes, he is. Okay. Okay, Worry Wraith goes first. Yeah. One. Voop. Okay. Boogeyman is next. Hit. Yeah. Nice PR right there. Did we just double smite? Yeah, okay. I can confirm at least if you double smite, it does eat 6% mana. Yeah, I'm doing 393. And, you know, I still have a couple of garbage gear slots that need to be replaced. So, you know, give me a couple more upgrades or something, and we'll be hitting like 5k mana or more easily. Yep, it spends 3% of your mana. It's like a miniature mana burn. Build locked in is your first build on release? Yeah. For sure. Oh, hey, we got a ball of ever-living golem. Very nice. We already have a +1. I will loot this. Withdraw 1 moat. Put it in. Merge it. And put that in there. Cool. More free numbers from the range slot. That would otherwise be kind of a dead slot for us. Okay, that's all 3 golems down. Use LOH to see how fast it recovers? Yes, I can, as a matter of fact. Oh, he's all right. Oh, here comes Draco Lich. Okay, well, all right. When my health gets low, I will hit LOH. Just for funsies. Instead of hitting PR. Oh! I blinked and got like a bunch of hits all landed at the same time. Oops. I was trying to wait until the last second to LOH, and skill issue on my part. I see. Yeah, solo and okay, yeah, solo and group actually carry the same lockouts. I guess as a safety precaution because the raid targets don't even spawn in the solo version. That's the idea. That was what? 5. Namb, thank you. Yep. Instrument of knife. Actually, no, we're gonna... Again, we're gonna... Utility beneficial. Yeah, we're gonna use Divine Might once again. Now, see if I wanted to flex the dapperness. I would mention that, because you can't really tell from the distance, but this is a Giorgio Armani tie and an Yves Saint Laurent shirt, both of which I got for free. I would never actually pay the kind of prices for that these things would cost. Wait, did I remember to... Apparently I forgot to cast Lord Commander. Nope, I got them as hand-me-downs. There they are. Oh, okay. Well, here they come again. All right. Okay. Boop. I hit LOH. Now, Smite has to actually hit to give the cooldown effect. Oh, we got... That might have been what killed us. We got totally dispelled somewhere along the way. There's like a Glare Lord or something. Just dispelling our face off. Okay. Ugh. And of course, these things are also... no, these are just dots. Okay. I think. Ooh, we need a Sacred Echo just to stay alive for a couple seconds. There we go. Can we get this Phoboplasm dead, please? Yep, it is definitely... Oh, and there it is. It's back up. You know what? Draco Lich needs to be dispelled very badly. So we need to get that damage shield off of him. There we go. Oof. 100 damage on that dot. Gross. Yeah, and... Now, yeah, it is eating our mana bar. So there is that. You know, it is definitely not free, but it is cool. Let's pop to defense for a few seconds. Until PR goes off. Yeah. He's gonna turn us into a skeleton with his incinerating bones. And we're back down to a 5-minute cooldown already. Oh, and now it's down to 3 minutes. Did we double? I don't think we doubled. Oh, shit. There we go. And we used LOH again. Does the... Yeah. So, yep. It is a Smite. Gives you a melee hit. And... Oh. 15, 11. I think a double Smite does give you a 2-minute cooldown reduction. I think. And yeah. So it's dropping that prime sub right there. Thank you for that. Helping to bankroll the channel. Oh, I am going to die because I'm not paying attention. Oh, I should have just hit my, Yeah, yeah, it does a small, mana burn type effect, where you can see in the chat box here, we do a little melee hit, and then you do a magic hit that burns 3% of your max mana and converts the amount of mana through a formula to produce an amount of damage dealt as magic damage. And then if it hits, it also reduces the cooldown on Lay on Hands by 1 minute. do we get here? Spined dragon claws. That's kind of cool, I guess. We'll loot those. All right. We're gonna go look around, look for any more trash mobs out in the periphery. Otherwise, we probably just have a couple of amygdalans in the temple, and then Kazakh himself. Yeah, Smite is on a 15-second cooldown by default, but that is affected by things like haste. About to go Berserker Pal Escape based. Yeah, Kavak 101, good to have you here. Welcome to the program. We're also doing the instances of fear and hate became available today, so we are trying out fear to start. So far, it's worth noting, by the way, the solo instance spawns a full deck of trash mobs, so you can go just grind trash mobs, which is actually useful in fear and hate. And but the solo instances just follow normal solo instance rules of, like 1 per hour. But the solo instances do not spawn the bosses. So the golems, Draco Lich, and Kazakh, for example. The group instance does spawn the bosses, kind of like doing the Voxer and Agafan instances previously, but spawns a greatly reduced amount of trash. So the group instance really is just there to go blow up the bosses for, hit the loot pinatas. There's supposed to be about 25 trash mobs in the group version of Fear. And that seems to be pretty on point. Yeah, I think the triple hit Reeves. I mean, to be fair, like all of the pure melee classes get triple attack. I think they all get it at 46, unless Monk gets it a little sooner. So we could see a triple smite. It just hasn't happened yet. Can you go to the group instance solo? You absolutely can. That's what I'm doing right now. Pal Zerk Bard. Oh, very nice. Yep. Gonna need some more haste and mana regen. Also, keep in mind, Paladin has its own self-only haste buff. Valor of Mara, which is 25% haste. Even before you start worrying about Bard songs. Berserker Stance is amazing because it stacks multiplicatively with haste to just reduce your attack time by another half. So you just go full blender in Berserk Stance. Now, Berserk Stance also has it has a very manageable, generally speaking, endurance cost, especially compared to like offensive stance, which just, especially as your gear gets good and your damage goes up, starts just evaporating your endurance bar. But Berserk Stance does also cause you to damage yourself a little bit, so you do need some kind of healing to offset that HP cost. But, like in my case, I also have Cleric in the mix. So that specifically is not a problem for me. You know what? I'm going to actually... save Divine Smite on the lineup, because it's Divine Might should actually be the default. Hey, should be Cluck2, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. And yeah, Strana, I'm doing this Fear instance. This is a group Fear instance I'm in right now, but I am here solo just to see if I can solo it. We've gotten through the Golems and Draco Lich solo. So far, so good. And we've done the Golems and Draco Lich with ads. So I'm... now, this is still difficulty 0. You tried Shaman instead of Cleric. Not yet. At some point in the foreseeable future, we're going to change up Class 2 and 3, level some other classes, try out some other combinations, see how it works. Oh, we can see Kha'Zix through the fire. There he is. He is level 60. Alright, we gotta look for any other trash in here. Because if we don't pull it, or let me rephrase that. If we don't pull it, he will. I assume he has that same mechanic as always. Well, you know what? Here we go. Alright. Kha'Zix D0 coming in. He has no buffs. He's a single class Shadow Knight. Has a very manageable aggro range. Especially compared to, like, the golems. Alright, here he comes. Alright, he says he called his minions. At least he did the dialogue. Alright, we're gonna stay in defense. Alright, there's the harm touch. Oh, there's the knockback. He does the knockback. Let's... Let's see how fast our hit points go down. Alright, hit a PR. Oop. That's fine. He can knock us back if he wants. By the way, Alright, I think about 45 was the... I think we can probably push the PR to 40%. You know what? 9. Let's go ahead and... Did I hit that? Yeah. Hit that rune for funsies. Yeah, he can knock us back all he wants, because he's going to just summon us right back. So... And yeah, Musky Maniac, welcome to the program. Glad to have you as well. Lots of new and old faces right now. Very good. Kha'Zix's probably a little pissed that I killed his miniature self over in his temple a bunch of times to get that that rubicite breastplate. Got it up to like +5, I think. +5 or +6. Okay. PR. Cascading Darkness. We're going to have to stance dance for endurance sooner rather than later. But so far, we are ahead of the damage curve. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and hit Balance Stance. Let's get our endurance back to 75, if at all possible. We're going to PR early, because we will need to. Oof. In fact, I need to add a Sacred Echo. Oh. Defense stance comes off, and suddenly the damage gets scary. I might need to PR at like 60%. It's just asystole. Yeah, we're going to PR at 60. Because I want to avoid having to cast an Echo, if at all possible. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Cool. Alright, we're going to actually use Soulfire as our next... At 60... Yeah. Alright, we'll use Soulfire. Ow, that was a couple of bad hits right there. Okay. Defense is re-engaged. PR is Promised Renewal. The stand-in for CH. Because CH is... Complete Heal is not in the game. And good riddance. Alright. By the way, once Kha'Zix runs out of mana, he will actually get worse. Because he's casting crappy Shadow Knight spells. I was able to cast Promised Renewal while getting flung, and that's kind of amusing. Three, two, one. Okay. Alright, he's at 44%. He's at 43. Our mana's way ahead of the curve. That's good. Granted, again, this is only D0. So this is easy mode. Or normal mode. Comparatively easy. $34. Let's go ahead and hit Balanced Stance a while. Keep our yellow mana healthy. Actually, let me pop into defense. He had a kind of a bad round there. Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay. We had to smite. We had to LOH. I got nervous. If the smite physical hit misses, the magic mana burn does not work. And no, I'm playing in first person. I always play in first person. But if you want to see the character, there he is. Oh shit. I might have not. Oh. You're getting 393 on those smites is very nice. All right, PR. Oh, Oh, he totally dispelled us. That was, a thing. We're gonna need a Divine Echo for sure. Which effect of Kha'Zix does the Dispel? Is that his avatar power? Fling or... Oh. Switch to defense. We have... And Benaris. Yep. I was, Just about to say, yeah, our endurance is plenty. Okay, well, that's fine. We win. We got nothing for our efforts. Is it at 50%? Barbarian Spiritist's Hammer. Alright, I guess that's cool. A Darkwood Trunk. Yay. Puppet Strings. Okay. That's cool, I guess. 2 puppet strings. In a box. Wow, that was, I mean, I guess 10 casts of puppet strings are kind of cool. Or 10 charges on 2 of them. If I won some charm pets, I guess. You know, that has value. Like, splitting Vox, for example. But, Darkwood Trunk, thanks, I guess. Okay, well, that was Fear difficulty 0. So, alright, that was, not bad. We got through that, I think, pretty handily. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, I guess what I really should have done is just charged up the temple and, fought him in his little chamber there. That would have made sense. And looks like the temple itself is actually empty. Okay, so you don't have to worry about, like, really goofy aggro with a bunch of amygdalins or anything, which is good for this sort of setup. Because although this is a group instance, it is kind of... Oh, does the zone out not work, apparently? And yeah, if the Dispel is just a thing he does at 50, then so be it. Though it did not dispel Valor of Mar, interestingly. I'm gonna assume the, Though, let's see. I'm assuming the Voidling is around here somewhere. Probably over by the sucker point. Maybe? Oh, maybe they're... I don't know, we'll just quit Expedition. Which does not zone us out immediately. Did, Is there, like, not a... There it goes, okay. Eventually, just... Okay, we quit the instance, and then it kicks us out after, like, a minute. Okay. That's fine. So, alright, I guess next we do +1. Say, you know, 0 was, you know, pretty easy. You know, trash mobs were no problems, even in groups. Golem plus an add or two was no big deal. Though I guess... should probably need to like keep a couple of like core buffs memmed for after the dispel to make sure we don't get wrecked because of lack of buffs. How many slots does he... I forgot he even did that at all. So I was not... Like, I didn't even notice until, like, my entire buff bar minus 1 buff was gone. So we want difficulty 1 in multiplayer. So the keep a garbage buff. That actually we will use knockback should be 1 slot dispel. Okay, that's what I was thinking it was. We will just use Yelp, like we did on dragons. Yep, we'll just do it the dragon method. That's how we do. That's how we did Nagafen. And specifically, we will keep both Yelp 3 and Yelp 2 up. Oh, there we go. And Zeeves and Benares, welcome to the program. Likewise, Spacey Voos, welcome to the program. Glad to have y'all here. Thanks for that follow there, Zeeves. And let's see, what do we got here? Half-Elf Bard, Monk, Shaman. And Spacey also, thanks for that follow. Yeah, or, alright, Half-Elf. Or Ixar. And a Learning Bard main class. I mean, statistically, like, racial stat differences are so minor and, like, borderline irrelevant. It is purely a case of which aesthetics do you like more. And, oh, I see. You get the couple of trash mobs here. They are actually... Oh, crap. Alright. Well, I guess which trash mobs you get are actually random. Oh, and we got a spider or a frightling or whatever on us. We got shadow stepped away. All right. Yeah, the phantasm. I thought it was the spiders that shadow stepped you. Yeah, or the imps. I don't see an imp hitting me anywhere. Oh, oops. Ugh, that's getting really annoying. Both golems aggroed. Oh, they just chain aggroed off of each other. Um, that's not good. We're probably gonna kill these trash and then run out of steam. That's okay though. We must have gotten shadow stepped into a bad location to aggro the other golem. Oh, jeez. We're running out of stamina already. Into balanced. PR. Shit. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We got kind of shafted there, I think. Oh, we had only one golem there to start with, I think. And then the other one added in somewhere along the way. I think is what happened. Also, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually put... I probably shouldn't bother with junk buffs just yet. Because we're going to probably have to deal with a Glare Lord or two. Actually, you know what? I'm going to... Resist buff. What is this? We're going to actually just use these for real. Statistic buffs. Is this disease? Alright. Yeah, I thought we had one golem plus 2 trash. Then somewhere along the way, the second golem decided to join the party. Oh yeah, the yeah, X target. Well, actually, wait. Let me. We'll probably end up. How's Smite? Zane. Smite is very good. Yeah, just converting mana into straight damage. And, you know, it's affected, the cooldown is affected by a Berserk Stance, just like all the other backstab, frenzy, you know, strike type skills. Now, Jury, I'll say it is a good ability. Jury is out right now, and I think, you know, like, we're not going to use it while fighting Kha'Zix, because we need to just use all of our mana for healing. But for smacking trash around, hell yeah. Or even just for... And the fact that it reduces the cooldown on LOH is really cool. But especially popping it every 7 seconds because of Berserker Stance, it just melts our mana bar. Oh, wait. Yeah, you can... You are... Oh, man. Like, both golems are just hanging out over there. You are allowed to set it to auto use if you want to. I am choosing not to. You know what? While those two golems are over there, if we could maybe go get, like, the third one? Or some of the other trash while we're at it? Spiders. You know what? Let's pull away from the fire, because I can see the third golem over there. And if I can see him, that means he can potentially aggro. And it just costs precisely 3% of your mana to click Smite. So right now, that's about 156 mana for me. That turns into 393 damage. And and looks like, I think we might have actually seen a triple smite there, but the second hit missed. Because it also does a melee attack. And it's like the spell damage kind of procs off the melee with a 100% proc chance. So if you miss the melee component of Smite, the spell component does not activate. And the mana does not get spent. And you'll see we can go, like, absolutely Nova with Berserk Stance and just start, devouring mana. Oh, yeah, it's a very solid addition. You know, sometimes you just want/need more damage. Or your mana bar is just kind of going to waste. Plus, the fact that it makes LOH loop faster is very nice. I could click a puppet strings on one of those guys. All right, there we have Dread over here. There should be maybe a couple of trash over here as well. I'm pretty sure if I'm close enough to pacify Dread, I'm close enough for him to just aggro me. Oh, no, he's just unaffected. Up to level 55, but yeah, he's just not affected by it. I see a Fright Finger over here. We're going to pacify... Oh, never mind. And here he comes. Okay, and a Turmoil Toad. Okay. We're going to take the Fright Finger first. We're just going to... I'm going to actually smite... Berserk and Smite. I want to get these ads dead sooner rather than later. Two, one. All right, PR. And Wizard Sleeves. Don't care. I'm going to actually pop into defense for a sec because I was late on that PR. Two, one. Boom. Very nice. 5290 on that heal. Got about 350 HP left. Which is 349 more than we needed. So, good deal. Another nice double smite. It's just like backstab and frenzy and stuff. It does respect your double and triple attack. Oh, defense for a second. I really need to gain 4 AAs for two-handed bash. Damage scales with striker stances. It should, yep. Yep. Growun Seb. Yep. I'll tell you, it the reuse scales off Berserker Stance. So if you want to do Giga Smites with Striker Stance, go for it. So Striker Stance evaporates your endurance bar. Generally speaking. I mean, which is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be, you know, balls to the wall Nova mode. Where you want speed, not sustainability. Oh, hey, more slime blood. Very nice. Ooh, you know what we're gonna do? With our slime blood of Kazakh Thule. We will withdraw one infinitesimal mote. Place it in. Boop. And then merge to make a +2. And yeah, 24 of everything, 4 of every stat, 4 of every save. You would lose a little bit of strength. We'd lose a little bit of strength, stamina, and dex. Gain a little bit in the mental stats and some saves and some HP. Yeah, well, let's see what does it do to our 640. Yes. We lose 50 hit points. Fine. We gain 70 mana. You know what? Let's take the well-rounded stats, I think. Yeah. Take the slime blood. What does, yeah. And yeah, Gr1 Seb, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. And yeah, Willarus, good evening. Yeah, slime blood will be better, especially once we put some more plus marks on it. Yep, it'll only get better. Get some trash over here. Worth a mote to take it to tier 3. I'm a little low on motes right now. So, because I burned up a bunch of them, like, yesterday. So, alright, I see Draco Lich in the back there. I see you there, guy. Okay, here. Oh, and here he comes. Oh, Lord, he coming. Let's go defensive. Let's hit the Nightmare first, because he's going to be blinding us. Gonna go ahead and PR at 60. Two, one. Yep, that was the right call. I'm gonna lay off the smites for a bit, because I think we need to settle into a good healing pace, because Draco Lich is no joke. Actually does a decent enough amount of damage. Two, one. Good. Damage was at least very consistent there. All right, another PR. Okay. Clear the pet. Oh, come on. Alright, Draco Lich. Alright, let's get Draco Lich's pet dead. One less thing to interrupt our casting. Alright, then we'll do the Worry Wraith. I think we can switch to Berserker stance now. Ooh. It's a little late on the heal there. And Skills are me. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here as well. The only time I'm sure. What's Smite? It is the paladin's strike skill, equivalent to like backstabber, frenzy, or whatever. It does a melee hit. And if the melee hit connects, because it can miss, but if it hits, it will trigger a spell that spends 3% of your mana, 3% of your max mana, and based on the amount, based on the amount of mana spent, will do an amount of magic damage to the target, and will reduce the cooldown on lay on hands by 1 minute. Yes, yeah, it's very nice. I am enjoying it very much. Reeve varies. The only difference is Reeve spends your max HP instead of your mana. So the Smite has a higher multiplier. We were actually talking with Ailey about this in beta earlier. Yeah. Smite has a higher multiplier on the resource spent, because it's easier to refill your health than it is to refill your mana. So mana is a more valuable resource. It's basically Divine Smite from the 5th edition D&D Paladin. Thurgist Mace looking better and better. Hell yeah. It might only be 75 mana per proc, but Thurgist is 100% on my to-do list. Yeah, as we actually start playtesting this, remember, we are still very much in a beta testing phase. It is not expected that stuff will be, perfect right out of the gate. It'll need to get iterated on. Yep, absolutely. The, balance considerations are, meant to be brought up. You get 11. I seriously doubt it, unless I mean, maybe if I, sacrificed a lot of other stats and just went, full caster gear, or had 2 caster classes instead of 1. Or, 2 pure casters, I mean, instead of 1. I think it could be done, maybe. Doesn't mean it would... I mean, it might have too much of an opportunity cost, though. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, pets. Ooh, we got the rogue dagger. That looks cool. Bone razor +1. All right, we take those. I'll just store that away. And all right, we need a. Gonna need a little bit of a med break here, possibly. That yeah, I mean, yeah, pets are due for a big balance pass. That's on the to-do list. Primordial, hello. Yeah, Paladin getting new auto skill. Yep, it's called Smite. It's one of the big things we're talking about and trying out here. Yep, Smite. Yep, well, yep, does a melee swing. The damage of which seems to be kind of like similar to bash or kick, not like a weapon swing. At least is what it looks like so far. Then if it hits, it triggers a small mana burn, where you spend 3% of your max mana, and based on the mana spent, you do some damage. You do a pile of magic damage, and you reduce LOH cooldown by 1 minute. Ranger and Beast are probably, at least Ranger. Ranger could probably use something. Beastlord's got a lot of good stuff going for it. I don't know if it necessarily needs anything. Oh, hey, hello, Fetid Fiend. Oh, did Ward just double proc? Yeah, it did. Very nice. And yeah, Smite can double and triple attack, by the way, based on your skills. I mean, we can find out easy enough. We know it normally does 398 damage with our current mana value. So let's empower. Well, it has to actually hit. And no, empower did not change the damage. Also, yeah, no Valorium off the Fetid Fiend. Sag. Actually, it's pronounced Thadgay. Yeah, I know. And nobody says that. They say Sag. Tentacle Terror. Yeah, I can't even pacify these things because Pacify's range is like equal to their aggro range. No, we said it how you just said it. I mean, yes, it's supposed to be pronounced Sadgay, but most people say Sag. And if anybody... Oh, by the way, when Smite multi-attacks, it will spend 3% mana per activation. So you can absolutely melt your mana bar in fairly short order. If you want to. And yeah, we see the melee component did like 28 damage right there. Also, you can see Smiting Strike here has a negative 250 magic resist, so it will land consistently on most things. I mean, by most things, I mean most things that are not named Eye of Vishan. For more, what's most fun to actually say? Yep, that is entirely acceptable, especially when it comes to made-up words that don't actually exist. Oh, wow, these guys just are still standing over here. Okay. Magic portion amped by striker stance? I mean, we could find out. I don't normally prep striker stance. I gotta pull it up. Can we do 2 golems simultaneously? Probably. Maybe. We're gonna try. Alright. Hold on to your butts. It's the Phantasm that does the shadow step. Okay. Oh, it missed. I need defensive stance. Please unstun me. Thank you. Ow. Alright. No more friggin' shadow stepping. Alright. 2 golems. We got this. Hopefully. We're gonna have to, probably just sit here in, me... If we can get one of these golems dead, Even if we die to the other one, it'll be fine. You know, we will have made progress. We need to go to balanced for a bit. Gonna hit this at like 60, I think. Yeah, alright, we use our Soulfire PR. 20. Okay, we gotta pop back to defense for a bit. Then we go balanced. This is... Oh, shit. Alright. Ah, yeah, and there I can definitively say that a double smite takes 2 minutes off the cooldown. Alright, Fright, get out of here. Oh, based. Get another +1. Yeah, do we... If we bump it to +2, that gets us to... Sort of, motes of lesser. I think it would take a pair of 2s. No, wait. Let me take these. We can... Alright. Alt currency. Withdraw one of those. Merge item. One of those. Merge item. Merge item. There we go. Okay. Now, pair of +2s to jump straight to +3. Yeah, that feels worth. Yeah, I think, I don't know, doing... They majorly nuked, let me see, is, Oh, we got some known issues. Okay, apparently... fear seems to be deadly to your network connection. Hotfix tomorrow. Okay. Oh. It's clarified. Mobs casting fear on you. Okay. Alright, that makes more sense. Oh. Personal instance timer reduction. Didn't make it in. Will be in the hotfix tomorrow. Okay. Super quick hotfix tomorrow around 3 p.m. for about 30 minutes. Okay. Good to know. So, alright. Oh, also, So, 53 viewers right now. Very nice. Really appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me and enjoying what we do here. Hopefully enjoying. At least pretending. If your feared and mob dies, it will disconnect as inevitable. Oh, shit. Defense. Whoa! 55, 74 heal. Yeah. We had 27 HP left when PR popped. Oh, Ball of Ever-Living Golem +2. Very nice. We'll merge that. And some Russet Oxide, whatever. Hell yeah. Alright, let me do a... I think, other than maybe some amygdalans or something up near the temple, I think the zone is clear now. Might be some trash near the zone. You know what? Just in case we end up, like, aggroing something. I mean, I think it might... I think it's probably just Kha'Zix that's left. I think it's just Kha'Zix. So, obviously, we want to be at full power for that. Also, we need to check our buffs. A couple of... Okay, our... Our trash resist buffs all wore off. We need to recast those. That was purely a time thing. I guess they only last 36 minutes. And Kha'Zix's gonna take 10 to 15 to kill. Okay, there's that. Shield of Words only has 35 minutes on it. We might as well repop that one. Yep, Divine Might's good because it's infinite. Let's put up a Guard of Vi, because why the hell not? I wonder if it would make sense to actually run like an offensive stance at the start of the fight while Kha'Zix still has mana and is casting. And then save like the defensive stuff for when he runs out of mana and just starts attacking non-stop. It's like server better for this build than Monk is really good. Yeah, Zerker. Monk is really good. So, is Zerk or Monk better? I'll say Berserker stance is really, really, really good. Monk has, also, Berserker is going to be getting some buffs, notably to the Frenzy ability. So, if Berserker is a little bit undertuned right now, that is on the to-do list to fix. So, Monk does get the really good, like, evasion-based defensive stuff, which has a lot of value. Berserker does get block, albeit with a lower skill cap. Frenzy's a little underpowered right now, but that's getting worked on. I want to say... if you're in situations where you're able to use Berserker stance, I want to say Zerk probably wins. Assuming you like your third class gives you enough sustain to soak the self damage that Berserk stance inflicts, because it drains your life, or you hit yourself instead of just spending endurance. It's pretty mild on the endurance cost. It's much more sustainable in that regard than, say, Striker stance, because it's offset by the HP cost. But if you're just in like defense stance, then at that point the added evasion of Monk is probably really useful. Plus, Monk does have evasive stance, which I do not have access to. So there is that. Yeah. Yeah. And I would say, Paladin, the default answer is the two-hander because Fiery Avenger exists. And because all the good Paladin weapons are primary hand only. So your offhand is going to be a lesser weapon as a matter of course. Actually, I don't want to have to cast that mid-fight. That's too much mana to cast. Pretty sure Kha'Zix has no buffs. Yeah. Alright, I think we're golden on trash. I'm going to just run around the temple a little bit and double check. I think we're good to engage Kha'Zix. Futur. Futur, welcome to the program. Spellblade, as an invocation for hybrids, will make you proc your first gem slot spell off of attacks, either melee or ranged attacks. It will spend 40% of the mana cost as mana, 40% of the mana cost as endurance. It used to be 33%, got nerfed a little bit today, got its efficiency nuked a bit, rightly so. Also, the spell gem must have a reuse time less than or equal to its cast time. So that does restrict what you can put in there. Like, for example, stuns don't work because of that restriction. Alright. So there's Kha'Zix. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and precast a rune, because he's going to just harm touch us off the bat anyway. Oh, he's got a mace. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, that was a lot of damage. Nope, not in this instance. He just stands up on top of the temple. Yeah, at least in the group version here. There's also only about 25 mobs in the whole zone. What difficulty? Belsarius, we are on +1 right now. Shit. Alright, he's casting. Oh, we need a Sacred Echo. We need to top off our HP. 1. There we go. Oop. There we go. Here's Soulfire. Oh, man. Level did you start Soulfire? I mean, technically the quest starts at 1, more or less, because you go out and you kill some spiders to get a spider venom sac. Quest is easily soloable in the mid, upper 30s. I mean, with Lucan, because Zacattl's doable in low 30s. Shit, we gotta go to Lucan, probably doable by about 40. Oh god. Oh god. Using Smite, it burns mana too fast for that. It's 3% mana per pop. We would run out of mana in no time. He's proccing Winter's Roar on us like a bastard. Because he's using the Shaman Hammer. Ten. More. 2. He's at 44. We're at 58 mana. He loves casting Asystole whenever he can. Oh, yeah, we're actually dealing with the Dispels. So... last time I wasn't dealing with the Dispels correctly, or at all. So, have not gotten a Brain. Have not gotten a Shield of Rainbow Hues either. $47 to $33. Let's pop into defensive. And woof. Okay, very nice. Well timed. $50. Yeah, I basically have to hit PR right around 60% health. Hypothetically, he should be disarmable. Unless he's wielding it in his... I think it's primary only. I don't think he can offhand it. Alright, we gotta put balance stance back on. We're out of endurance. We're at 48. You know what? I think we can... I was gonna say we can probably start smiting him. But, to do some damage. But I don't want to... I don't want to fly too close to the sun. Maybe, you know what? Screw it. No, we missed anyway. He's at 12. We're at 44 mana. He's at 10. This is... Yeah, we'll... And Scrublord, get smited to death, idiot. Death by smite, +1 dead. We got a Staff of the Earthcrafter. Ruby Crown. We can just sell that. More Puppet Strings. And a pair of Bloodfire +1s. Didn't we get a Bloodfire like earlier? I think we did, and we must have just banked it. What does Drones of Doom do? 156 point dot. Okay. It's a level... Okay. I mean, we'll just put it in the storage. Okay, well, that was +1 Kha'Zix. And we got through that pretty easily. I think we do... I'm gonna try hate. I think we go to hate. See how that looks. And so I think I mean, Innoruuk is a filthy wizard. He should be easier. Yeah? I'm also, and hey, Big Wilfred, welcome to the program. Who else? Did I miss anybody else if I didn't call in? Spider1369, also, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Gagum Grim, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have all y'all new faces, old faces, etc. here tonight. I'll just take a hot second here for the zone to kick us out, because I don't think we can actually like zone out of here. Oh wait, did I quit Expedition? Yes. Okay. You know what? We're gonna actually origin. We want to go to. No wait, we want to go to Oasis. Is it? Oh, it's actually kicking us up to Fear Rod anyway. Actually, wait, we want to go to. It's like the same distance. Yeah. I tried it the first time around, and it did not work. I went to the zone line, it just didn't work. You know what? We're going to Oasis to go to Plane of Hate, so it's actually probably quicker to just run from here. So yeah, okay, that was fun. Like, you know, dealing with the dispel made it a lot easier. Like, I am willing to bet that +2 would kick our ass, because I remember like how huge of a difficulty spike it was on Nagafen, where like +1 was not bad, but +2 just obliterated us. So I'm not confident that we could do +2. I am wearing a suit, as a matter of fact, or at least most of a suit, because I don't have my coat on. My jacket is hanging up downstairs. But otherwise, I am absolutely, also fixing my posture here, absolutely wearing a suit. As I do most days. Because the days I'm not wearing a suit, I'm wearing a tuxedo instead. You do just golems and not trigger lockout. Each of the bosses, Lightning, thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome to the program as well. Yeah, each of the, in fact, I'll show you on the DZ lockout. Each of the enemies is their own lockout. So, you know, Fright, Terror, Dread, Draco, Lich, and Kazakh are all their own separate lockout timers on a per difficulty basis. So, you know, you could go in and, you know, just do golems. And, you know, you could go back on at sometime later and do Kazakh if you want. On the other hand, you know, if I had, like, one other person, like, just a damage dealer or a healer, either or, I'm pretty sure +2 would be trivial. And even with like 3, actually 2 people. I mean, yeah, 2 people would make +2 trivially easy. +3 maybe with a little bit of work. And I think with 3 people, even +4 would be trivial. At that point, I mean, I think the only thing I'd really be worried about is just not pulling everything all at once. I'd be a little worried about aggro ranges. If Velius comes out and you can farm multiple Tormax. I mean, that would be great, because otherwise the faction grinding sucks. Though, you know, I don't know about you, but, like, I would not want to have to get to Jelinek while KOS in Sky Shrine. Though, you know, with the way the raid instances probably work, or would work, is you'd talk to a voidling outside of Sky Shrine, maybe like, you know, like in Cobalt Scar on the cliff, by the back door. Yeah, bring in the Pocket Rogue, or, you know, just any non-KOS character, because Gather Party is a thing, but it is on a 6-hour cooldown. Also, a fun thing about Gather Party, because it is not meant to be Ghetto Koth to let you just skip content. Whenever Gather Party is used on you, it puts your Gather Party on cooldown. You can still have it cast on you if it's on cooldown, but it will reset the cooldown in that case. So, yeah, it is not meant as a ghetto cough to get you to the raid target with, because you kept, like, the FD'd monk next to the boss spawn to light up the, or to get everybody on the bat phone. That's not what it's for. Oh, I wonder if, group hate, I presume, will have, we're going to find out how it works. If it has a couple of the minis, I wonder. Maybe all of them. And I'm sure it'll at least have Maestro. In addition to Innoruuk. And we'll find out, I guess. We're learn by doing. For me at least, really with kind of any game, the fun, like the real fun, is in figuring out how to do something. Reading a guide, just removes 90% of the fun. Figuring it out, either myself or with the community, at large, kind of in real time. That's the real fun. Actually, can you smite from a distance? Oh, pff. Hello, zombie. And no. Interestingly, smite, will go on cooldown. And, if you're too far away. Yep, let's see here. That's what epics were like when everyone was trying to figure them out. Yep. Hey, I remember like Epic 2s. We were working on Paladin 2.0 and just figuring out like how to get it rolling, and it took us a little while actually just to figure out where it started. Until actually I went, I figured it would be kind of logical for the quest to start in Plane of Valor or Temple of Mar. So I went scouring through that and found that, yeah, sure enough, Iraq Altil, the final NPC, the final turn-in guy from the Epic 1.0, had suddenly appeared in Plane of Valor B. And so I talked to him, and lo and behold, that was how the quest started. Alrighty. Multiplayer, we're going to drop back to 0 to get a feel for hate. And we will create the zone. I will say, the Paladin Epic 2.0 had some really, really stupid steps. Like, it was not a good quest. 1.5 for Redemption was a good quest. I liked Redemption. That was, it had some really cool stuff in it. The 2.0 quest was, for the most part, not interesting or not fun. It just had some stupid nonsense. Coercer. Oh, I see Coercer, Master of Spite. They're probably all upstairs. Okay, you spawn in up here. Looks like I see Coercer. Oh, Master. All right, this house is just full of minis. A couple of trash mobs. Okay. We can see the radar. Nothing in the corner. Man, this is going to be so fun to do on, like, +4. Being able to just come in and blow up the minis and not have to, you know, invis past a mile of trash. Ugh, 2 haunted chests. Assholes. These guys are going to fully dispel me. I'm not even going to bother rebuffing. Because stupid haunted chests absolutely dispel your face off. Done much theory crafting with trios. Oh, my weapon. I surely can. This is a Fiery Avenger +5. Hate minis, I presume, are going to be on lockout. On a, you know, per individual, per difficulty basis. I assume they'll work the same way as Fear Golems. So, yeah, here's Fiery Avenger +5. Absolutely love it. Also, the weapon got a little update today to its Worn effect. It is no longer Two-Hand Bash. It is now Virtuous Bash, which increases the damage of Bash and reduces its cooldown by 1 second. But it no longer gives you automatic Two-Hand Bash, so you have to actually buy that as an AA now, instead of being kind of exempted from having to buy that as a paladin. Alright, we're gonna pop these 2 chests. And, so for theory crafting, you know, I think there's a strong argument to be made for Shaman instead of Cleric. You lose out on healing power, but you gain all the buffs and debuffs. So, you know, a little bit of give and take there. And as we were saying earlier, Berserker could probably be replaced with Monk to lean a little bit more defensive, or open up dual wielding as an option, if that appeals to you. Sure. Shiverback hide boots. Oh, yeah, because that's right, because the chest can drop basically anything. I was going to say, wait, that's a fear drop, but yeah, it's a chest. Cryo silk pantaloons. Intcaster pants that have strength and wisdom on them. Typical OG planar gear with nonsense stats. No. Shaman currently, Cleric is just head and shoulders better at pure HP recovery than anybody else. Nothing comes even close to the healing power of PR. It is a distant race for second. Yeah, the off-class stats actually hypothetically, you know, have value here. And just like, you know, Valorium Greaves here with intelligence and agility on them. I mean, the agility's fine, but intelligence on Paladin Greaves? Really? At least the Valorium chestplate is correct with its strength, stamina, and wisdom. That's perfect. No resists, though, oddly enough. Master of Spite. Oh, I should have buffed first. Whatever. Mention. Do you need PR? Random Conundrum, hello. Welcome to the program. Whoops, I was a little slow on that heal. I mean, did I miss a, I think I missed a question. Watching... Let's see. Yeah, and, yeah, you can definitely Spellblade heals if you want. I mean, in fact, I think it's the better option, generally speaking, compared to, like, a nuke. Alright, this guy's a shaman. Ugh. What a... In fact, in a group, I like to put the cleric group heal. What is that, like word of healing, I think? I like to put that as my Spellblade proc. I find that very, very high value. Also very, very high aggro. Probably need to dispel him. Is he hasted? Oh, shit. I was not paying enough attention there. Okay. Also, I wasn't buffed. Actually, wait. Let me put, actually, wait. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Smite and Frenzy share cooldown. All separate. They are all separate. It used to be a third. It's now 40%. Also, remember, it's 40% of mana cost as mana, and 40% of mana cost as endurance. And if we're worried about this kind of long-term sustain, then just in endurance costs of defensive stance, become a very, very real thing over the course of soloing a major boss. And suddenly you have to stance dance just to keep your yellow bar up. So, like, if I'm soloing a major boss, I'm going to be, like, the only invocation that exists is recovery stance. Or recovery invocation. Like, everything else is just, everything else carries the opportunity cost of not being in recovery stance. And recovery stance doubles your mana recovery. So that's a heavy opportunity cost. Yeah, plus spending more endurance, spending more mana. Yeah, it just, when you're going in expecting the fight to last, 10 minutes, like, efficiency is the only thing that matters. Everything else is second to that. How do you get levels on Fiery Avenger? Yep, with moats. One thing I'm gonna I will get around to at some point, assuming I get the drops. I'll make a second Fiery Avenger, just so I can pop it up to +5, and then fuse the two of them together into a +6. Though I don't know, like, you say that with clarity, but, like, the difference, especially in an actually challenging fight, the difference between having a bard around for mana recovery or not is gigantic. I have not actually seen the Zerker weapon linked before, so I don't know. I don't even know what it's called. Yeah, they've got two of them, and I have not seen either of them. During the fight gave less mana than one wizard top tier nuke. Admittedly, as has been discussed a lot, bards are overtuned right now. So there is that. We're gonna nullify this idiot. There we go. Now he's no longer hasted. What else does he have on him? Harnessing of Spirit. Inner Fire. You know what? Let's just blast all his buffs off. Oh. Sadly, Nullify Magic has a longer reuse than its cast time, so you can't Spellblade it. Alright, he's got Spirit of Wolf up. He can have Spirit of Wolf, I don't care. Haildar, hello, welcome to the program. So if I had a duo partner with Cleric Bard X, what would you do with your picks to Bixby to go with Pal? I would actually stick with my same setup. Because part of it is that Paladin's spells, for the most part, are garbage. And Cleric gives me basically the same spells, just actually good. Moats, patch note. So they now drop in a 10 level range. I think they were referring to like the level range of mobs relative to you. Yeah, you can camp lower level stuff, which is necessary because once you hit 50, there's just not that many places outside of the plains where everything is within 5 levels of you. Skycleaver is 30-35 base. Ooh, sexy. And Lando 821, welcome to the program. Cudgel of the Fool is the Berserker Sky weapon. Pick in general chat. 6352. Okay, so they've got like a fast weapon and a slow weapon. Okay. $63.52 is interesting. That's about a 1.2 ratio. I'm at... So, okay, so it's a little better than Fiery Avenger. The Fiery Avenger also has a pile of stats on it. And a pretty respectable proc. And a good effect. I mean, granted, you can port that stuff over. 45-52 is base. Plus strength AC dex and lower stamina loss. Ooh, that's neat. Okay, get back here. You're not allowed to run away, you little bastard. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, he has Spirit of Wolf on him still. I didn't dispel it. I thought it would be okay to let him have it. Oh. What did we get? He dropped a pair of... you know what? Here, I'll loot that one and merge it. Okay, fine, whatever. Ugh. That's what I get for letting him have so. That'll teach me, you know. And Epic Quest, if you can strip them... Yep, you can... I mean, you can strip the exaltations off. God knows I sure did. Because I've got my Soulfire Click on my Fiery Avenger, as you can see there. And then I have my Ghoulbane Exaltation sitting right here if I wanted to plug it into my Fiery Avenger. If I was fighting like all undead, I would swap the procs. Oh, yeah. Enemies in Hate actually have manageable aggro ranges, unlike Fear. And, yeah, Smite is, Kata Channel. Hello, welcome to the program. Yeah, so, yeah, Smite is like a little miniature mana burn. We hit the enemy, or we attempt to hit the enemy with a small physical attack. If it hits, we activate a magic effect that spends 3% of our max mana, and based on the mana spent, does damage to the target. And by the way, it also... if it hits, it also reduces the cooldown on Lay on Hands by 1 minute. And it can multi-attack according to our double attack and triple attack skills. Also, it's a 15-second cooldown, but much like backstab and kick and bash and stuff, that is affected by haste, and is also affected by Berserker Stance. So we can click it every 7 seconds while we're in Berserker Stance. You mouse over Berserker Stance? I sure can. Yep. It doubles our attack speed, and that is multiplicative with haste, by the way. And ability damage is doubled as well, so like strike damage. And it does a small bit of endurance cost based on that extra strike damage. And we also do a little bit of damage to ourselves. So Berserk Stance is unique among stances. It doesn't just cost endurance. Some of that, it uses a lot less endurance than other stances, but in exchange, we burn our own health. And Scrapped, hello, welcome to the program. So, yep, it is just like Reeve. They are, by design, the same skill. Except Reeve burns hit points instead of mana, but it has a lower multiplier. So, you need to spend more HP to do the same damage. Oh, did I just see a big number? Ooh. We just did a slay for 2,555 damage. Whoa. That is by far my biggest slay ever. And we're not even using offense stance. Offense stance would have doubled that. Hobbit Life, absolutely my pleasure. Welcome to the program. Also, anybody... yeah, Slicker778, welcome, welcome. Anybody else whose name I didn't call out, welcome. Glad to have y'all here. Got got a handful of trash mobs here. Though I guess if we wanted to, we could just like skip the minis and go straight to any if we really wanted to. SK Rogue Druid should be fun. Not having haste, yeah. I mean, you could always replace Druid with Shaman. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Yeah, Pal Berserker. 2 locked-in classes. Glad to hear. Based choice. See if Smite is on... Oh, we should do that, actually. Isaac. Hey, Pierogies and Kilbasa, welcome. Thanks for that follow. Do enjoy me a good Kilbasa. Plane of Fear. Plane of Hate. 20-hour, there's the 20-hour. Unknown event. Keck. I think, it might just be... Oh, they might actually just be considered, like, trash mobs that are part of the 20-hour generic lockout. They might not have their own. Okay. Yeah, there's the 20-hour generic lockout, and I guess that just covers all of them. Because they're just big trash mobs, really. I'll bet you Maestro is on his own unique lockout. Exactly the build you want to play. Glad to hear. Oh, I do enjoy some pierogies as well, and you know, I live in Western Pennsylvania. The area is very Polish, so much so that the grocery store. I mean, every grocery store has an entire section in the frozen area just for, a dozen or 2 dozen different kinds of pierogies. How much? The melee part is very small. I'd call it comparable to kick. With my mana, I have 5,328 max mana. The magic part, which is where the real damage is doing 398. You think we live in the same place? Well, I live in Somerset County, so yeah, if you're anywhere close to Pittsburgh, then yeah, you're just not that far away. Yeah. All right, we got Coercer Tavala here. I should probably drop a PR. Oh, she's hasted. Let's get rid of that haste. I don't. And she has a DS. Let's get rid of her damage shield as well. Though I have to make a do have to make a confession, though, even though I live here now, and this is where my parents are from. I grew up in York, Pennsylvania, which, for the non-Pennsylvanians, is halfway between Harrisburg and Baltimore. So I'm actually an Orioles fan. Mom is a diehard Pirates and Steelers fan. I don't care about football in the least. Steelers, Ravens, or otherwise. I got no gripe with the Pirates because they're National League, but I am a lifelong Orioles fan, which is a hard thing to be these days. It's barely May, and I should say it's not quite June, and the season's basically already over for the Orioles. So there's always next year. Yeah, and it's based on your mana. It actually it spends 3% of your max mana, whatever number that is, multiplies that by some value, and that's the damage you deal. I want to say it's like times 3.5 or something. Yeah, at least the Orioles' evil previous owner just died, like, about a year and a half ago? And let me tell you, for the non-baseball fans out there who don't understand this pain, Peter Angelos was the name of the guy who used to own the Baltimore Orioles. He is the sleaziest piece of shit attorney you've ever heard of. Oh my God. That man had truly no friends. Everybody hated him. I mean, it is strong, but it's not free. Backstab is free. You push the button, damage just happens. Smite costs 3% of your mana. So you see, I've blown up my mana bar pretty rapidly here. Insidious Halo. Wow, 20 charisma. That's cool. You know what? We'll store that away. That's cool enough to justify storing. Insidious Manacle. That one's less interesting. We will sell that. Rod of... Oh, based. Yeah, Clicky Clarity. Based. Hell yeah. Berserker Stance better than Striker Offense. Alright. So, the big thing is it gives you... it doubles your attack speed. So you just go full Blender mode. And that does apply to abilities like Frenzy, Kick, Bash, Smite, Reave, all that. The nice part is let me call it double-edged sword. The endurance cost is offset by a life cost because you damage yourself. you know, like, you can see you hurt yourself for 2 points when I kicked Courser Tavala for 42. You do hit yourself a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. It adds up. So if you don't have any kind of HP sustain, it can add up. So now, as a cleric, I have Blessing of the Lord Commander, which is 6 life gain on hit. So it totally offsets it. You know, makes it, you know, a total non-factor. You know, compare this with like Offense Stance, which chews through your endurance bar, especially as you get better weapons and you start doing more damage. Or Striker Stance, which by design evaporates your endurance bar. So I like it a lot because the endurance cost is very manageable. I don't usually have to stance dance. It just makes me hit really fast, which is nice because it makes big fat two-handed weapons feel better. And also, you know, you get more value out of Blessing of the Lord Commander the faster you hit. So you can see I'm healing for 6 just constantly. It might only be 6 HP per swing, but it adds up, as you can see. So yeah, I think it's very strong. But yeah, it is very strong. But, you know, well, it is unique to the Berserker class, so it does have the opportunity cost of you have to be a Berserker. You know, and Berserker is a one-trick pony if there ever was one. And you need some kind of HP sustain in order to deal with the self-damage. So yeah, strong for sure, as long as you can deal with the caveats. It is worth mentioning, Berserker's Frenzy is generally regarded as underpowered right now, and, you know, compared to the other equivalent, you know, strikes. So it is going to be getting a balance pass in the foreseeable future, you know, soon trademark. If you weren't going to use Berserker Stance, do Zerks have Volley? No. Volley is dead and gone. If I was not going to use Berserker Stance, I'd have to think about it. At that point, then, like, the utility of Monk, just having Feign Dead, plus all the defensive bonuses of the high block skill and the high evasion stuff, Monk starts looking really good at that point. You know, and Bard is just OP right now. You know, Bard getting nerfed, maybe hard, is probably a matter of when, not if. You know, they always joke over on the beta Discord. You know, Bard survives another patch. Yeah, Monk also has Mend, which is really good now. Yeah, Bard is like PlayStation 3. It only does everything. You were Zerk from Gates to Underfoot. Very nice. Yeah, I was a paladin from when I started in Velius up until I basically quit at the end of Reign of Fear. So, 2001 to 2013. Actually, my live character's birthday is May 19th. He just turned 25 last week. He can finally, 1 week ago today, he turned 25. He can finally rent cars. Let's see. I'm actually... I actually wonder if, like, with Berserk Stance, if you can actually outrun the haste cap. Because it's not really haste. It's its own thing, kind of like 100 Hands. Oh, there we go. Oof. Okay, I think we actually got... Oh! Triple Smite! There you go. You can actually see a Triple Smite happened. Bam! You know, our triple attack chance is not huge right now. Yes, rogues get Chaotic Stab off the bat for free from level 1. And we get a ruby. We will store that, because we should get a Hoop of Evander at some point. I'm going to med up a little bit. Then we'll do Evangelist of Hate. We're going to need to pull him with the spell. Yeah, we'll... what level is he? He's 56. Okay, we can't pacify him, but we can pacify the rest. And, oh, Grandmaster Ratal is by himself around the corner. That's cool. Was with anything? 6 delay, probably. I mean, that... Because 6 delay is 0.6 seconds. That's like a tenth of... that's like 1/5. Yeah, you know what? There's probably some kind of... There might be some kind of, like, mechanical or engine point at that stage. I'm not sure. We'd have to get, like, a moss-covered twig or something and try it out. Pal, Monk, Berserker? Probably. You just wouldn't... You'd have crappy spells and no mana bar. But, you'd have, you know, the best offensive and defensive melee stuff other than just, you know, like warrior. So I think you'd be, I think you'd, you know, you probably would not have the spell casting and like healing capabilities to do like major raid bosses on high difficulty. Dino Skim, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. Clerics were maybe getting Ward of the Divine. Yes, it is absolutely true. It's right here. I have been using it this whole time. Love it. Hey, Swin Diesel 69, nice, welcome. Thanks for that follow right there. Yeah, love Ward of the Divine. Let's go ahead and hopefully Evangelist comes solo from that group. Yes, he did. Well, we got the Dragoon. That's fine. We will kill the Dragoon first. Actually, let me turn off attack for a second. I'll go into defensive stance for a second while I dispel this elite Dragoon. I don't want her being hasted. There we go. We'll go back to Zerk stance. I think we'll be fine. Big Chill 055. Hello, welcome. Is the AA you earn for that specific loadout? It is just for your character. Any AA and so I'll show you like over here. Like I have let's see. Like my 2 ranks of mnemonic retention here. You know, if I switch to any other classes, I will still have these 2 ranks of mnemonic retention. If I took Mastery of the Past, I would still have that as long as I'm on a class that has demonic retention. Or anything like that. So, and if you switch to a class that does not have an AA, you don't lose it. It just becomes inactive until you switch back to a class that has it. Likewise, you know, I have, because of Berserker, I have access to 4 ranks of Combat Fury. If I switched off Berserker to, I don't know, Enchanter, I believe Paladin only gets 3 ranks of Combat Fury. So I would only have the value out of 3 ranks. If I had 4 ranks, rank 4 would effectively not exist. Rank 4 would be disabled. But you never lose it. So, yeah, and right now, the class tab is pretty short. Classes, there's not a lot of class-specific AA in the game right now. So, most of your stuff carries over, between classes as long as you stay within, like, the same archetype. Like, obviously, priests get healing adept, healing gift, healing whatever. Int casters get, more of the nuke crits and stuff like that. Tanks get the tank stuff, etc. Like only tanks get full fear immunity. Which, by the way, let me tell you. Also, holy cow, we're at 65 viewers right now. I don't think I have ever had this many viewers before. So, thank you all for breaking some records for me tonight. And thanks for that follow right there. Big Chill 055. Appreciate that. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. About fear. Yeah, now, enemies won't fear you while you're solo. But as soon as there is a second person in your party, you'd better believe, Necros especially, will absolutely CC your ass with fear every chance they get until they run out of mana. Likewise, enchanters will charm and mez you. They won't do it while you're solo, but as soon as you've got a friend with you, you better believe they will absolutely CC your ass. And what do we get here? Shadowed Book. What the hell is that for? It is temporary. Is that actually used for anything? Is that used for a quest or something that I'm not aware of? Words of Darkness quest. That is for the Necro Allure of Death. Book of Darkness from, Book of Frost from an Icy Goblin. 300 coins. Off of any of the Shadowed Men. Huh. Okay, it's for Necro stuff. You just random Shadowed Man type drop, yeah. Okay. And having never played Necro, that is a quest I've never done. Oh, I see Maestro over there. Okay, he's in a, Maestro's over in the house here. I'd say that this is the House of the Rising Sun, but, yo-ho, no light. So is my Smite skill maxed out yet? I didn't notice. I haven't seen a skill up in a while, so it must be. And yes, Smite and Reeve do have skill, kind of like Bash and Kick. But skill ups are very fast on this server. Almost every time you do the appropriate thing, you get a skill up. So, Essence of a Vampire. I have no idea what that's used for either. Does Reeve... I don't think so. Quest book does Lich Clicky. Okay. And Essence of a Vampire. What is that? What quest is that for? I have no idea. Oh, Enchanter Epic. Okay. And some Enchanter sleeves as well. I don't really care. Yeah, Reeve is the Shadow Knight version of Smite. It is the same ability, except it spends HP instead of mana. Grandmaster Batal. I'm gonna actually just run across. Hopefully we won't aggro Maestro. Oh, man. I wonder if we could actually... Could we do +4 Maestro? Like, we can just kind of walk... Oh, we can just kind of walk over... You know what? I'm going to hit offensive stance just to see if we can get a big, fat slay. Oh, yeah. And you hit faster, so you slay more often. I want to see if we can just see a really big hit. Just for a shot of dopamine. Also, by the way, I submitted feedback on the beta Dick Sword to get the old Slay Undead message back. Because right now it's gone. And I want it back. I want to see that my Holy Blade cleanses my target. Yeah, I mean, Slay Undead's awesome. It's just situational. It's not a very restrictive situational limit in the old world because there's so much undead in old world. But that does vary by era. You know, there is a quick trivia question. Who can tell me how many undead mobs are there in Temple of Ishin? And, you know, any, like, necromancer pets or whatever don't count. Just actual mobs. 0. That is correct. There are 0 undead mobs in Temple of Ishin. Now, conversely, then, you know, you get to Lucklin, and, you know, there's some undead in various places throughout Lucklin. In places that matter. You know, like Shades in VT, for example. Yeah, all throughout Velius, there is minimal amounts of undead. It's not 0, but it's not much. Some Indicolite. We have some of those back in the bank, so we'll store those for later. 15-hour workday, time for bed. I understand. I work 7 days a week. You know, 8 to 10 hours a day. So, yeah, my pleasure. Hopefully we'll see you next time as well. Get some sleep. Try to enjoy work. Or at least enjoy the paycheck that comes out of it. Yeah, Kunark, pretty good on undead, at least in a number of the good grinding spots. Not much undead in VP, though. Yep, Howling Stones, Chardock have a good bit. Not the big enemies that matter, like Overking, but good trash to grind on at least. So, you know, there's that. Job, ride stonks to the moon. I mean, I wish. Yeah. The Ketox. Yeah, believe me, look, I could have bought... I had the opportunity to buy Bitcoin for $1. And I didn't. So, you know, that is why I have a job. Yeah, yeah. Venril is... I don't think Trachanon is actually undead. He looks undead. I recall him actually not being flagged undead for whatever reason. But Venril is. Maestro of Rancor. Hello. Make sure no mobs hiding behind him or anything. Hello, Maestro. Ooh, we might need to go... let's actually... I think we need to go defense for Maestro. Healing your life drain away. Ooh, those vampire touch. You know what? Mage Hunter. Yeah, we're going Mage Hunter for this. Cuts the magic damage. Because he's not really doing melee damage that matters. It's the those fucking vampire procs. Holy hell. Wow. It is devouring our endurance bar. Well, that is Mayong's original model from 1999. Oh yeah, Mayong's updated model. Man, I freaking love Dreadspire. One of my all-time favorite raid zones. Probably my actual favorite raid zone. And the Master, such a great fight. Love that fight. I'm trying to disarm. I don't think it would, I don't think he's actually hit... oh, he is actually using a mace, so I hypothetically can disarm him. Prophecy Hero, yeah, I liked Prophecy Hero for the most part. I mean, I've disarmed Nagafen when he was spawning with like the Shaman Hammer. So you can actually disarm magic items off of enemies. The item doesn't fall to the floor. They just stop wielding it. Thing is, you can only take away an enemy's primary weapon. You can't disarm them of their offhand. Wow, our, oof. I don't know if we can outdamage his life taps. I mean, slowly but surely, I guess. I'm Actually, yeah. We may have to just out-damage him. Just go bar fight mode. Uh... Alright, Smite's at 192 out of 210. Oh, wait. Shit. Oh, just in time. Yeah, almost Purple Club. I have actually Purple Clubbed myself a few times with PR. It was amazing. Oh, hey, LOH is back up. None too soon. Hey, July is, getting closer every day. Got him. Yeah, we get another Eye of Innoruuk. I have so many of those things. Oh, hey, Kellen's seven-stringed lute. That's cool. Yeah. String resonance, 14. Hell yeah. Eye of Innoruuk. I'll toss that in storage. Whoa, yeah, that got close. That was, Lord of Loathing is over there. A couple of mobs. Oh, and this whole house is just the zone. Okay. All right. Here I was. You don't even have to like go to the real upstairs. It's just this house. Okay. Because Innoruuk's around the corner. Oh hey, somebody made some Mithril Champion arrows plus 10. 22 base damage, 3 fire damage, 250 range. How do you get the dungeon maps? If you Google up Brew All's EQ maps, you'll find them. Then you just follow the instructions on the site there. It will tell you how to plug the maps into the game. Whew, yeah. All right, we're gonna need to. Let's see. Wait. Innoruuk does not dispel, right? I know he doesn't. He does the dumb knockback, but does it? I don't think it dispels you the way Kha'Zix does, right? Oh, he does. It is because it is the same thing. Okay. All right. Because it is the same like avatar push. Okay, that's good to know because that means we can prepare accordingly. And yeah, that coming back on +1, which we're gonna try. I am a little. I might end up being more concerned about Maestro than Innoruuk. Though again, the like having one extra person in the party would make it a joke. I will very much look forward, by the way, to having an instanced version of Sky available. You know, for what it's worth, Paladin does get a mana drain in the form of Thunder of Karana. It's not a huge mana drain, but it's more than 0. I have kind of contemplated if it could maybe be useful. Yeah. Although, it seems like a recurring thing is enemies, with a few notable exceptions like Master Yale, a lot of enemies are more dangerous once they run out of mana, because suddenly they're just attacking full time instead of casting spells. Now, the notable exception being healer enemies, where draining their mana greatly shortens the fight because they no longer stand around spamming heals, outpacing your damage and dragging the fight on forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, enemies are so much less tanky than they used to be. Alright, Lord of Loathing, hello there. Oof. Let's see here. Agreeable change? Oh. I don't know. So far, at least doing the planes here, feels pretty good. I want to say... Yeah, I want to say difficulty here feels pretty good. I mean, like Kazakh +1 took some effort. We've had some close calls. Had to actually had to lock in and actually play the game. That said, I think I've got a pretty well-balanced, reasonably strong build. Is it super meta giga OP? No, but pretty solid. It covers all the bases. And And gear is getting good. You know, I do have a decent stack of like Innoruuk drops already, like an Earring of Bashing +4, you know, Ice Bell, Skinner's Bell, Pauldrons of Power, stuff like that. Leatherfoot sandals. You know, so, you know, like this. These encounters are definitely not free. We've had some nail biters, but you know, I was able to do Nagafen +0 as a freshly minted 46 with complete garbage gear. So, you know, not even so much as a haste item. But that was touch and go the whole time. Had to really lock in. I mean, huge bias, of course. But you know, the underlying problem with Shadow Knights is they get no bitches and stack no paper. You know, all Shadow Knights know how to do is sing Linkin Park songs and remind you that they're so dark, you know, and that their parents are dead. Yeah, paying mana for Smite absolutely incentivizes having at least one full caster class, you know, to pump up your mana bar. And also, Shadow Knights don't get to worship Aerolus Imar. They're stuck worshiping, you know, Giga Edgelords like Kha'Zix and Innoruuk. You know, again, so they can, you know, just go to Black Mass and, you know, talk about joining the Black Parade and how their father took them to the city to see a marching band, and you know, but now their parents are dead and they're so dark. Oops, there they are. Have a Ghoulbane, and I had a Ghoulbane. I traded it in for a Fiery Avenger. So I still have the Exaltation for the proc for the Dismiss Undead. Yeah, it's always 3% mana, so you know it's going to be 3% no matter what. But it's, you know, 3% of a bigger or smaller pool depending on your lineup. But, you know, using it more for just LOH reduction, I think is pretty valid. That being said, it is still a lot of mana invested over a time period when you could have just cast heals instead. Especially if you're maining, or especially if you are subbing a real healer like Cleric, you could just have cast some spells instead. Admittedly, you know, you're getting damage and also getting that heal, so you are getting, you know, 2 for 1, as long as LOH is on cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, and remember, it's 3% mana per hit, and it can double and it can double attack, and if you have a class in your mix that gives you triple attack, because paladins don't have that by default. So if you have a real melee class, it can triple. And yeah, each hit. Now, good news is it only spends the mana if you actually hit. If you miss, the spell doesn't go off and you spend no mana. And no, like all strikes, like frenzy, backstab, etc., all double and triple attack according to your skills. So that is entirely intentional. Oh, the mana usage? I'm pretty sure it's intended. Because it, it will cast the spell 3 times if you hit 3 times. And the melee component of Smite seems to basically do kick damage, so not much. More than 0, but only technically. More Indicolite gauntlets. We'll send those to the bank. Zerker Shadow Knight Wiz. I mean, if you want to be spellblading some ice comets for maximum dopamine, there you go. I think that could be a lot of fun. So the melee component of Smite should be able to slay, but the base damage is so low that you wouldn't even notice it. Spells cannot slay. I keep putting in feedback. I would love to see a version of Slay Undead for spells. I would love to see that. I think it would be excellent dopamine. And I think it could even be a cleric AA for all that it's worth. Yes, Spellblade is an invocation, and you're allowed to have 1 invocation and 1 stance. And Berserker Stance is a stance. So you can absolutely run... Oh, I'm not in recovery mode. That's the problem. So, I could absolutely hit Spellblade here. In fact, I will. So we have Spellblade and Berserker Stance running. And I've got Retribution up here as my Spellblade proc. I've got a pretty good mana pool, and Retribution is pretty inexpensive. So it should go off a good bit, because one of the factors in Spellblade, according to Alia, is the mana cost versus your max mana pool. The less of a percentage of your max mana the spell costs, the more often it will activate. So really, really expensive spells will go off rarely. Really, really cheap spells will go off frequently. Conveniently, in the context of a cleric or paladin, the undead-only nukes or the summoned-only nukes are very inexpensive. They are very cost-effective, so they proc like crazy. Yeah, if you're fighting undead, yeah, just put Banish Undead up there. And just wreck face. Another Indicolite helmet. We'll store that away. And I think that just leaves us with Innoruuk. Yep, that's... Alright, we just got a med to full, and... It'll be time for Innoruuk. Well, we're going to be in recovery stance for Innoruuk, so there won't be any procs. He is a... Innoruuk is a wizard. We might... I'm going to try going in on Zerk stance, but we're probably going to swap to defensive pretty much immediately. You know what? We can... Well, we can recast Ward of the Divine just to refresh our proc count. We can go ahead and cast... We have a Rune 4 proc from Blade Stopper in our Shield of the Stalwart Seas, so Let's go ahead and precast that. Innoruuk is not undead, sadly. But we do need statistic buffs. Yelp 3 as our faux clicky buff. Also, Yelp only costs 1 mana. So, and it casts in a half a second. It might as well be an Amulet of Necropotence. Though, believe me, if I had a Necro... If I had an Amulet of Necropotence, I would absolutely be using it. Or, like, J-Boots or something. I would absolutely be using them. So, okay. Full mana, full endurance. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and just hit. He's gonna cast Immobilize because he's an idiot. Drought of Fire. That. Oh, jeez. Oh, maybe we need. Elnaric's Entombment. Oh, yeah, and when Smite double or triple hits, it will give you 2 or 3 minutes off your LOH cooldown, as is appropriate. $69. Ugh. Not nice. Woof. Did we go into defensive, maybe? He's... We're going to use Soulfire on our next click, by the way. Once he's... 9... Okay. He's just kind of in a loop of casting Root, which is good. Oh, Mage Hunter. Okay. Because I saw the mana detonation going off. All right, he's out of mana. So we can just sit in defensive now. Apparently he doesn't dispel. Yeah. So that's one less thing to worry about. Oh, I'm not in recovery. Oh, man. Not being in recovery stance might have fucked us there. We need to get endurance up. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. We might be dead. I think we're gonna die here. Damn it. Okay. That was a decent first attempt. We were getting some bad execution there. That was a skill issue for the most part. We had a, I mean, that early blitz from all those spells hurt. And we were burning mana. Where'd our, are we in the right building? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the stairs. Yeah, dealing with all those nukes in the beginning. You know what? We're gonna put resist buffs up just because we might need them. A little bit, every little bit. He doesn't have a lot of HP. I mean, other than that one mana detonation, he also just was not doing his knockback shenanigans. So I think a big chunk of the difficulty here is going to be whether he chooses to actually cast good spells or not. Oops. We need regular buffs. All right. We will still keep Yelp prepped in case we do get dispelled. All right. Let's try again. We're gonna. All right. We're in recovery. We're gonna be in defensive to start. Let's go ahead and. Whoop. Spell recovery time not met yet. Okay. Well, we'll click that. We're gonna go ahead and just PR off the bat. Yeah, if he just wastes a lot of mana on immobilize, then that's good for us. Mana detonation. Ow. And it's just... Mana detonation is okay. It is not that bad. It's not good, but... It's like 11% of our health. It could be a lot worse. Yeah, actually, if anything, Mana Detonation is a magic resist. We should want him to cast it compared to other stuff because we have way more magic resist than anything else. E7? Okay. We're, Oh, shit. We are out of endurance, though. I'm going to wait for this next PR to pop, and then we'll hit balance stance. Ow. Oh, of course. Oh. Man, he gets these just monster damage spikes. Man, we might not be able to do this one. Like, holy cow, he hits way harder than Kazakh. He's so accurate, too. He doesn't miss. I mean, Kazakh had very, very normal accuracy. Like, any just doesn't miss. uh... And we're not even getting close. What time is it? Oh my god, it is almost 2 in the morning. Ermagerd. Shield of the Immaculate is such a good click. Yeah, Cure Disease, instant cast time with 1 second cooldown. Yeah, glorious. So, alright, yeah, I don't think I can solo Innoruuk. Kazakh was easy. Innoruuk is just mean. Also, it's almost 2 in the morning. Jeez. Yeah, where did the, where did the time go? Think anything? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. And like, if I had more gear, also, it would be doable. More gear, more everything. You stock up on rubies. Yep. I actually have been doing that. I've been saving all the rubies I get. We also have 8,000 plat. We could just go buy a pile of rubies. I don't know if was okay, like effects were landing on him. His resists are not insurmountable. But he is definitely by far the harder of the two. So, we got through Maestro at least, and yeah, with some upgrades, yeah, we'll be able to do any at some point. With two people, nah, disciplines don't exist yet. With two people, it would be trivial. Yeah, two people would make it super easy. Especially if that person could cast slow. If we had like a rogue shaman whatever to just poke him in the butt while I tank, yeah, be a done deal. Either way, I definitely like the instance a lot. There's just a nice, comfy way to just pop in, kill the boss, and not have to grind past dozens and dozens of trash mobs. So that's cool. Yeah, or just like a big pile of AAs. More AAs, more everything would give him one more shot. All right, we'll give him one more shot by popular demand. Third time's the charm, right? You absolutely can use spells in or heals in Spellblade. Actually, my favorite spell for Spellblade is the Cleric Group Heal. That is huge value in a party. Oh. Just burn him down. Huh. Try to burn him down before he runs out of mana. And we stun him. Nope. Stuns only go up to 55. He is level 60. He is flat out immune to every stun currently in the game. What do we have for endurance regen? 92 in balanced stance. There's something to be said for going in with Berserker stance and just try to blast him before he runs out of mana. Because he doesn't have that much HP. We can even precast, we can precast PR. I do not have any endurance regen spells. Okay, we got that up. Promised renewal. I'm going to wait until it says 10 seconds. Boom. When in doubt, just do more damage. That would not fly on +1. We had a lot of close calls there. When in doubt, just burn his ass. Tinker rings? Are they? Ring of Pure Blood. Oh, we got some Pauldrons of Power to increase, boost the one. Shattered Emerald, we don't need. That's an epic item. Another Eye of Innoruuk. We'll add that to the stack. Bloodstar Pendant. Ooh. Oh, that's very nice. That's a huge upgrade for us. You got some fat loot. Yeehaw. Yeah, actually. Let me grab these Pauldrons of Power out of here. We're gonna work on these things first, because we have +3s right now. How's our? Well, we can always use an infinitesimal mote. These are basically free. Bump it up to a +1. After that, we're actually getting low on other stuff. You know what? We're just gonna... I'm gonna leave it at +1, and I'm just gonna fuse it at that. Yeah, we only get 2 points for it. It's good enough for now. Because actually, the granite imbued spalders are what we really probably want for this slot anyway, so that's fine. The Bloodstar Pendant, which did drop at +1. We will absolutely grab that. Consider our... we have a studded leather collar right now, so this is a monster upgrade. I would almost... you know what? I'm not going to bother plus marking it just yet. We're going to just plug it in as is. But these Ring of the Pure Blood. What we can do, however, is... Again, we can grab one of these. Whoops. Oh, wait. That one dropped at +1 anyway. Okay. Did they both drop at +1? No, they did not. That one did, however. All right. We can... they are lore equipped. Interesting class mix on these. Int casters, Claire Pal, kind of, and Izumar. Yeah. Also, Izumar, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. Also, thanks for encouraging me to do it one more time and to just burn his ass. That was the strategy. Yeah, and yeah, we were hitting PR as fast as we physically could. And the Big O Gaming, thanks for the encouragement there. Welcome to the program. Scotty GU3, hey, thanks for that follow. Lucky number 255 right there. You know, the classic 16-bit number. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was originally High Elf only. That's right. So we have them both at +1 there. I think we're going to just fuse them at +1 and make them into a +2. Yeah, that's fine. Whew. All right, so we put this on, and all right. Do we retire the Cutthroat Insignia ring or the Scarab ring? You know what? We're gonna retire the Cutthroat ring. Yeah. Losing 1 dex, I don't know. Yeah, that, like I said, though, that would absolutely not fly on +1. We would just get demolished. The little bit of extra damage he would gain would put it over the top, and he'd be killing us faster than PR can go off. But all right, hey, look at that. We 50. We gained about 100 mana from that ring. Very nice. And yeah, the 6 all resists, 10 all, 10 to the stats that matter. I mean, some stamina would have been nice, but oh well, you can't have everything. Oh yeah, you know, I do have Prayers of Life. By the way, if I ever decide if we wanted to do any +1, I have a stack of Prayers of Life we can use. We could burn those up. It would be plausible. Could do +1 if we land a slow. Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Which, yeah, clutch LOH for sure. Actually, I actually started I was actually, because we were in burn mode, I was actually slamming Smite, especially toward in like the second half, because we were you just could only burn. You know what might have actually made more sense? If I'd been in Divine Stance. The fight was so fast. I don't think we really recovered that much. I don't, because we still had mana left. I could have been in Divine Stance, gotten an extra heal boost every time we used Sacred Echo, and that would have helped pad out our health to last a little longer. I think any +1 is not that far off. We need a couple of upgrades, maybe just to pump the mana bar a little bit. Maybe get a couple, maybe another 300 HP. Maybe like one more cast worth of mana. Or get a couple of AAs here and there. And I think it would be totally doable. It's not as far off as I might think. Especially knowing, though, because +1, he's also going to have a decent amount of extra hit points. The fight's got to last a little bit longer, and he's going to be hitting a little harder. So, but yeah, like I said though, if we were duoing, and I had somebody with a slow, oh yeah, we could probably take it straight to +3 or hell +4 with some effort maybe, and I think we'd be probably fine. 3 people we could do +4 with our eyes closed. But anyway, let's go ahead and quit the expedition. What are we gonna do tomorrow? You let one of those PRs go off with like 100 HP. Thinking you were gonna burn LOH there, but holding it was the play. Was clenching a little bit. Yeah, definitely some clenches. But yeah, I think if I was in Divine Stance, it would have been way better. We would have avoided all those clenches because we get we get a heal equal to 133% of the mana cost. So, Promised Renewal after specialization costs 482 mana. So, we get 482 heal and then another like 160. Yeah. So we get a 540 point heal on cast to help pad our health. Hold on, I will cast it right now. Boom. Oh, wait. Hold on, I gotta actually take damage first. Can I just click it off and cancel it? Yes, I can. Alright. I'm gonna just sit here and let this Spectre beat me up. That might be how it's intended to work. That might not be, but because when I was using it the other day, it was definitely going off of adjusted cost. That might be a bug, not a feature. So, all right, we're about 1,200 HP shy. 482 and 160. It's going off the adjusted cost after specialization. Again, that might be unintentional, but one way or another, that is how it works. Maybe could have been talking about something else. I'm not sure. So, ba-bum. You know what? I'm just gonna... There's decent chance tomorrow what we'll do is grab some people and just get a group and go do those zones and blast them all the way up to +4. But man, that was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I'll say I think I mean you know, both zones are fun. I wanna say hate was a little bit more fun, if only because the mobs are a little bit more spaced out and you're not dealing with the kind of the goofy multiples of fear. Yeah, we kicked his ass, Seabass. And yeah, a duo. I think with a good duo partner, I'm pretty sure we could, like, assuming the duo partner had gear equivalent to mine, was probably playing, either shaman or enchanter plus some kind of damage dealer, and plus whatever to fill in the third slot. I'm pretty sure we could just go straight to +4 and win with +4 might take some effort, depending on how hard he scales. Because remember, we saw with like Nagafen, going to +2 was a massive spike. Admittedly, though, in this patch, they toned down the multi-class scaling on enemies so that they don't just get absurdly bloated HP. Also, +4, he's going to be triple-classed. So he's going to have... Actually, you know, I should temper my statements, because on +4, he will be triple-classed. I think. Yeah, he'll be triple-classed. And depending on what that triple class is, he could be deadly. Yeah. Yeah, 2 with effort. Yeah, 3 people should be pretty easy. And new Smite feels really good. Good chunk of damage there. We actually did a nice chunk of damage to Innoruuk with Smites towards the end there. Popping those off for 398 per click every 7 seconds. I will tell you, like, especially the combination of Smite with Berserk Stance blows up your mana bar very quickly, but you can also just kind of go Nova and really just wreck phase. Yeah, so yeah, last time I did Innoruuk +4 was what, like 2-3 days ago. Under the old multi-class stats, he had a lot of hit points. I mean, even the trash mobs leading up to him had a gorillion hit points. They were so tanky. Like, every trash mob felt like a mini-boss. So, there's... I actually wonder the... But anyway, it is 2 in the a.m. Actually, it's 2:15. So I think we should probably call it a night there. So, yeah, we'll, you know, we've got all night tomorrow to play. Well, I mean, at least, you know, until I have to go to bed again, because I do have to work 7 days a week. So we'll, Hey, King Goliath 1, welcome. Thanks for that follow. Glad to have you. So yeah, we'll pick this up. I'd say pick it up tomorrow, but it's already tomorrow, so we'll pick it up later today. Probably try to find some groups to do the higher difficulties, stock up on loot, get pimped out. We'll see how, and should go pretty well. Otherwise, we'll do whatever. And Flying Robot Man, thanks dropping that Prime sub. Thank you for that. I appreciate you bankrolling the channel here. We'll be back for more tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. New faces and old faces alike. My name is Tim. I'll see you all then. Good night.